wanted more. I'm hungry for more. The outcome couldn't have gone any better.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 European Open Classic Powerlifting Championships here in Malaga, Spain. I'm Amelia Potter, joined by Alexander Nodon.
Still here.
Yes, and we are loving every minute. It is sadly the penultimate day of the championships, and it's been amazing.
It's been amazing so far, and lined up in front of us we have a packed flight of 76s and 120s.
Yeah, it's really going to be chock full of big lifts. Honestly, you can see here some of the numbers. The opening squat for Lucy Stefanikova from Iceland is 200 kilos, which is absolutely amazing. 30.5 kilos below the world record, but only 10 kilos below the European record. So I'm very, very excited to see how that ends. 200 is very, very close to it, Alex.
Yeah, that one might be in trouble.
And of course, as you said, we have the 120s to follow. It's not a given who's going to win this class. It's going to be a battle. There are a few names in the hat there at the top. So, like we've been seeing all week long, absolute dogfights till the end.
And Italy double stacking the class. France double stacking the class. GB double stacking the class.
It's stacked.
What's going on with the 76s?
We have Uriel Nesse from Norway, 167.5 kilos. And if this is the lightest opener, oof.
Yep.
Lovely.
Looks like a good start.
Not much more you can ask out of an opener.
You might like a good lift.
172.5 kilos for Emma Maria Proserpio of Italy. Mountain and Mazur, get ready.
And for the record, the biggest squat out of the B group was 185.
A big squat, but we knocked off the podium in about the fifth opener in, which is crazy.
Yeah, in no time really.
172.5 kilos for Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy. Opening quite close to her personal best of 180 here. Certainly looked easy. Let's wait for the lights.
It made sense. But 2-1, a good lift, however, a depth call from the right-hand side referee.
So we'll see the replay from the side that gets white lights, and viewing it live in person, I saw the side that got reds, and I was worried.
From that side, it seemed fine.
Yeah, and that's exactly why she had a white on one side and red on the other. 177.5 kilos for Laura Matelin from France, skipping onto the platform there.
The French national champion.
Yeah, she is incredibly strong and in prognosis currently in the lead. Obviously a long day to go ahead of her, but she's one of those fighting for the crown today. Wow.
Lovely opener.
Very, very easy for Laura there. And a good lift, 3 white lights. She'll be fighting with her teammate, Clara Pero. Now this next lifter, a bit of a phenom here. Zuzana Mazur from Poland, only just fresh out of the sub-juniors at 19 years old, opening with a squat of 180 kilos. Only competing 2 years as well, so fresh out the sub-juniors, competing in the Opens. Can't compete in the Opens as a sub-junior, so she took her chance as soon as she got it.
And already in the A group.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is why she is a phenom. 3 white lights, a good lift, and the world record in the juniors and the European is 210 kilos.
And talking about record, Amelia, I think we have one lined up for us.
Yes, and it didn't take long. We are only into our 5th opener, and for Temi Nuga from Great Britain, 182.5 kilos, fresh into the M1, and snatching a European record on her opening attempt already. The world record 10 kilos above.
And I think it might be in trouble.
Yeah, could we see a European record on her opener and a world record on her second?
That'd be crazy.
But
I think she's looking maybe to match it on the second and see what she has for the third bit. Because
Yeah.
maybe 12.5 is a bigger jump that she has planned.
yeah, I would expect that anywhere between that 7.5 to top end 12.5, but 10 I think is the right call. Now, also from Great Britain, Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 182.5 kilos, opening 10 kilos below her personal best.
And on prognosis, very, very close to her teammate.
Yeah, the top few in this class all very squished together on that prognosis board. Betty has a very narrow stance squat.
Long femurs and narrow slants usually don't go together, but never mind.
There it is, 3 white lights, a good lift. Lovely opener there from Betty.
Eleonora Spisny of Italy. Rudin Peiro, get ready. Bars loaded.
Yeah, that looked great.
185 kilos, Eleonora Spisny of Italy.
Eleonora Spisny from Italy. 185 kilos for her opening attempt. Lovely deep opener there from Eleonora.
It looked fairly comfortable. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Eleonora, 185 and above, and yes, Rudin of Sweden now.
It's remarkable we're at this weight already and we're just halfway through the openers.
Yeah, these look like second attempt, judging by the weight, but when you look at them, really last warm-ups.
Oh, Sweden's here.
Agnes Rudin, already a very recognizable face in the international platform. She's only 25, but she's been competing 10 years. Really dominated when she was in the juniors. 185 kilos for her opening attempt.
Lovely opener.
Yeah, that's really, really comfortable for her. A good lift, 3 white lights.
187.5 and above for Clara Perrault, France now. Up off the Gronelund to get ready. Bars loaded, 187.5 kilos, Clara Perrault, France.
The second French lifter to come out, Clara Perrault from France, 187.5 kilos, and it will be a big battle between herself and her teammate, Matalam, for that crown today with Stefanikova from Iceland.
Yeah, really a 3-way battle. A slow opener maybe than expected. She's usually faster than this.
It's a good lift, yeah. Although, I mean, if you gave me a list of lifters who I would feel confident in them grinding through lifts, Clara is definitely on that short list.
Surely yes.
But we'll have to see what jumps Team France decide to make. Probably looking for a 1-2 today.
Could be. It could be. They were very close at nationals.
Tessa Uphoff from the Netherlands, 190 kilos. 4.5 kilos below her personal best, and what I would imagine to be a Dutch squat record. A little low through the centre part there, but still pretty smooth.
I think she knows what went wrong. Bar positioning wasn't quite right. But she's an experienced lifter, able to correct things from lift to lift.
Yeah, you can see there the bar just rolled up her back a little bit. Ellen Grönlund from Finland, 192.5 kilos.
Another very deep squat. 3 white lights, a good lift for the finish. Standards are on point so far.
Yeah, that's what we expect from this caliber of lifters. Just 2 openers remaining. They are both mammoth. We have Mara Hames from Germany, 197.5 kilos. Getting very near to that 200 kilo squat here. It's a personal best of 205, so she's been there before. If this goes well, I imagine she'll surpass that by a reasonable amount.
How many 200 kilo squats are we gonna end up having in this 76 kilo class?
Certainly more than half, I would expect. Wow.
Smooth. The first depth, oh, second one maybe?
Yeah, I think that was the second depth. We had one near in the beginning from the other side referee. But that looks good to me in the replay. And it looks like the jury agree, so that will remain a good lift. Lucy Stefanikova, another threat for the crown today from Iceland, 200 kilos, opening Alex 5 kilos above her personal best. And after 6 years of competing, that's not necessarily the norm.
Yep, pretty surprising, but pretty great to see. Oh,
Wow.
she's gonna put up a fight today with Clara and Laura.
Yeah, and warning shots fired to Team France from Stefanikova.
She's definitely in the fight. The heaviest opener and one of the fastest.
And with that, everybody is on the board with a squat. Stefanikova leading with 200. Hames and Grönlund just behind with 197.5 and 192.5. As we suspect, we'll see a lot of 200 kilo plus squats in this flight. Joril Nesse from Norway, 177.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her opener. Still moving very, very quickly. It is a good lift, 3 white lights. Plenty left in the tank there.
Bar is loaded. 182.5 for Emma Maria Proserpio of Italy.
Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, 182.5 kilos. This will be a 10 kilo jump from her opening attempt. 2.5 kilo personal best should she make this, so already in PB territory and above on her second attempt.
I think the ball rolled a bit, which made for a more of a difficult attempt.
Good lift, 3 white lights.
But she looks strong under the bar.
Yeah, it slowed down considerably, but she kept her position really nicely despite of the bar rolling,
Yeah, right here.
which I think we saw on another lifter as well, so does happen. Laura Matelin from France, 185 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump. So we're not really near the territory of her personal best of 200, but her opener was very quick. I think perhaps just pacing herself to hopefully keep the lead moving forwards.
She's nominated with 192.5, so maybe pacing for that.
Oh,
That surely is good enough for 192.
I was going to say, it certainly looks like it if she wants it. I imagine that is the jump they would make.
This will extend her previously set European M1 record.
And it's not about hitting personal bests if you're chasing the crown. It's doing what you need on the day to get yourself in that gold position. Now, Temi Nuga from Great Britain already on her opener extended the European M1 record, looking to further that another 10 kilos whilst matching the current world record squat in the Masters 1 category.
I mean, you have to love the energy she brings to the platform. Trying to push that record even further.
Nice steady squat and 2-to-1, a good lift. She does get a yellow from the right hand side referee, which we'll look at in the replay. I think the jury just asking what that was for.
I think this would be for meeting the squat woman by unlocking her knees.
Yeah, it was. That is what the referee said. Eleonora Spizzi from Italy, 192.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump. Should this go well, looking to perhaps match her personal best of 200 kilos.
She had one of the slowest opener. Maybe that was a case of nerves on the first squat, just getting to see how the platform is. Performing in front of the crowd. Yeah, this one looks better.
Yeah, I'd say it moved around the same speed, but with 7.5 kilos extra in your back, it definitely, I think, went better for her in that case. I don't know how she can grind, but I think maybe a 5 kilo jump would be a bit more sensible than trying to match her personal best.
Seems reasonable.
Susanna Mazur from Poland, jumping 12.5 kilos to 192.5 for her second attempt. So also be a 2.5 kilo personal best for Mazur.
Wow, and with the way she improves from competition, I think I'm starting to think about a powerlifting seminar in Poland.
Well, I told you she was a phenom, and this is exactly why. She absolutely dominated the sub-junior category, and now she's into the juniors and I guess the opens, fighting. 192.5 kilos for Betty Hanlon from Great Britain. 10 kilo jump from her opener. This would match her personal best on her second attempt should she make this. Just getting nice and tight under that bar, making sure it's the perfect place on her back, because we've seen a couple of athletes have the bar roll.
She also has a pretty unconventional hand positioning, pretty much over the bar. Not
That's
so much
lovely.
under.
3 white light is a good lift, and that is moving really nicely for Hanlon.
Definitely looking good today.
This will move Clara into provisional bronze medal position away from Mazur. It's time to get to
What tends to happen with that type of squat, however, is the brakes come on quite hard and fast. Although I think Betty has a bit of a grind in her if she needs it. Speaking of grind, Clara Peyrao from France, 195 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump, which will leave her just a couple kilos below her personal best. Now, the opener was a little slower than you would have expected, as you said, Alex. Let's see how this moves on her second.
Yeah, usually she's pretty snappy. And that lockout looks more like the Clara Peyrao I know, but it was more of a fight for sure.
Yeah, but I've definitely seen Clara fight through harder squats than that, and she does not give up until she absolutely has to. So I think she's in a good position to add a few more kilos to that if they're sensible with the jump.
With her being in a fight for the title, I think I would only put in 2.5.
We'll see what Team France does. I can absolutely see why that would be a good decision. Tessa Oploff from the Netherlands, 197.5 kilos for a 7.5 kilo jump. Looking for a 3 kilo personal best here as well. A new Dutch record to take home with her. That's a great fight. I think the twisting of the bar there just surprised her a little bit at the end.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
200 on the bar now for
You can see here, as she gets towards lockout, windmills a bit at the top. You can see the bar wanting to turn her around, but she stops it from doing so.
So either the bar rolls or she twists. What's with the third? She's going to do both and grind out an RP 10?
Whatever gets it to the top.
Absolutely.
Ellen Gronlund from Finland, 200 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump, and this will, for the time being, move her into squat gold with Rudin, Hammers and Stefanakova to follow. By the looks of things, we have 2 record attempts in the second round of squats already, not including Temi Nuga's Masters 1 record, so 3.
Delightful.
A lovely second attempt there from Gronlund. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw more than 2 lifters going for that record on the third attempt, which would be outstanding.
I can only agree by the looks of the scoreboard right now.
Just a reminder, the record currently stands at 210. Agnes Rudin coming out for 200 kilos, a 15 kilo jump, which is a big jump, and it's only 2.5 kilos below her personal best, so I'm interested to see what this 15 kilos does in terms of her speed and difficulty.
The Swedish usually don't take unconsidered risks, so that must be a reasonable second attempt for Agnes Rudin.
Wow.
Definitely reasonable.
3 white lights, a good lift, and I very rarely see 76 kilo lifters and below taking 15 kilo jumps and squats.
European record. First up, 210.5. Mara Hannes, Germany, who was followed by Stefanikova, who's going to put half a kilo on it, at 211. So 210.5 goes on the bar for a European record.
We now have Mara Hammers from Germany, 210.5 kilos, which means it is a European record attempt, trying to chip it by 0.5 of a kilo. Could potentially fight for podium should one of the top 3 lifters slip up, so a chip will certainly help her, but she may not end up the only one as a chip based on the scoreboard. So let's see how this moves for her, but for a new European record for Mara, 210.5. 13 kilo jump from her opener.
The strategic battles are starting now.
And it moved just about as you expect a second to move, but not a European record attempt to move. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights and a new European record for James from Germany. But how long will she hold it? We're in the second round and still one lifter to go for their second attempt in Lucy Stefanikova. See her here getting ready, looking to add a further ½ kilo to that. The European record has been standing for less than a minute and looking to be broken again. 211 kilos for Lucy Stefanikova, and this chip will absolutely help her in the fight for the crown against the 2 French lifters. Whether she remains with the record or not, the chip may be more important. Really sinks it. It's a big fight, but she managed to stand it up.
She gets the chip.
Yes, she does. 3 white lights, a good lift. I think she really accidentally oversunk that there based on how she's coming off, but managed to fight it up. And if you can dive bomb a European record like that.
She said, if I'm going down with that, I want to make it count.
Yeah. That concludes our second round, and we saw 3 European records for 1 M1 and then the open broken twice. We head into the third round of squats, where I would expect to see more records shattered. Jorunn Nesse from Norway, 185 kilos.
And you've mentioned that more than half the flight was going to attempt 200. It is very much the case. Three white lights, a good lift. 3 for 3 in the squat event.
Bars loaded. 187.5 kilos for Emma Proserpio of Italy.
Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, 187.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. This will be for a personal best.
She nods, but I'm a bit worried about depth.
I'm glad to see
I don't know powerlifting. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Let's have a look at that again. I think it was just south of the border. Laura Matalan from France taking a 5 kilo jump to 190, still 10 kilos below her personal best. She gets a quick glance to her fans in the crowd before she squats, and it should still be pretty comfortable for her. I believe still lower slightly than her nominated squat of 192.
Absolutely, you're right. Very much in control of that bar.
Wow, yeah. 3 white lights, a good lift, and has not tanked herself whatsoever for bench or deadlift.
She's pacing.
All right, she's got 4 to break the European M1 records, folks. This is a world Masters 1 record, bar loaded,
and
197.5 kilos.
the first of 3 record attempts in this third round. We have Temi Nuga of Great Britain. Broke the European record on her opener for the for the Masters 1 category, extended it on her second whilst matching the world record, and now attempting a Masters 1 world squat record on her third. 2.5 kilos below her personal best, so well within her wheelhouse, we would hope.
Come on!
Oh, that is a great fight from Nuga. 2-1, a good lift and a new Masters 1 world record. Have a look at that again. She did get a depth call.
I want to be like Nuga when I grow up.
A record on each attempt, not too shabby there. 197.5 kilos, and you were absolutely right, Alex. Claudia Pererao from France looking to take that 2.5 kilo jump to match her personal best. It's just not worth missing out on any kilos that you could have potentially picked up, especially when it is so tight in the race at the top.
Yeah, we've seen Laura and Lucy both on their A game. She needs those kilos.
Yeah, and with the bench that Laura has, she could possibly get a chip as well. And we know Stefanikova has a chip now, so she'll need every kilo. And there's that grind I was talking about.
Nice! That was very nice from Clara Perrault.
3 white lights, a good lift. I told you not to count her out in terms of grinding through a squat.
And she has quite the deadlift on her too.
Absolutely, I was going to say she can grind through really any of the 3 lifts. Eleonora Spizny from Italy, 200 kilos, and with 8 lifters, including Eleonora now, in the 200 mark and above.
She's done it before, so why not attempt it on one of the biggest stage of powerlifting? Amazing.
Yeah, really tidy 3rd attempt there, Spizny.
I was holding my breath, hoping she would get it, and she does. 3 for 3 and a nice 200 kilo squat for the Italian.
7 lifts remaining before we head through to the 120 class, who are to follow immediately. Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands out now, taking a 2.5 kilo jump for a big milestone squat of 200. It'd be the first time she'd ever gotten this on the platform.
Seems like every path is leading to 200 in the 76 kilo class. Tessa, show us what kind of grind you have on you. 200 kilos.
No, unfortunately not there today, but got everything she could have out of that 197.5.
She pretty much collected all she had on the day, no regrets, and time to bench for her.
The day is young. Betty Hanlon now also going for that huge milestone squat of 200 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her second, which still looks pretty comfortable for her, so I'm hoping this is here.
I don't know how she grinds, but that second attempt surely looked comfortable.
Like we said, with a lot of lifters, the stance she carries is quite hard to grind through. That's not to say that's the case for Betty, but I'll be interested to see how this moves. For a new personal best, 200 kilos for Betty now.
She has a very specific squat, so I wouldn't be surprised if she grinds.
Oh, it's amazing. What a phenomenal final squat from Hanlon. Has the grind in her, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
I'm lost for words. I mean,
yeah, that is phenomenal. Like I said, you don't normally see many lifters being able to grind in that position. Really strong. Susanna Mazur from Poland taking a 10 kilo jump to her third for a 202.5 kilo squat. This takes her into squat bronze for the time being. And just 7.5 kilos below the world junior squat record at 19 years old.
her registered PB before the competition was 190.
She is quite something. Wow, just bullies it up. Pure strength there from Susanna.
For a moment, I thought she lost it at the bottom, but turns out she didn't.
No, just bred differently in Poland. Want to know what they're feeding their juniors. And that is just strength over anything else.
So strong. So young and so strong.
205 kilos for Ellen Gronlund from Finland, a 5 kilo jump, and this will take her into squat bronze for the time being. Just Rudin who could take that away from her. Gold on squat, of course, will be taken with whoever can keep the European squat record. This is just 1 kilo below Gronlund's personal best. Wow, another phenomenal grind. What incredible work from Gronlund there.
These ladies are on today.
Yeah, and they are setting the standard high for the 120s to follow. I hope they're watching. Now she moves into squat bronze with that amazing final attempt and looking to take it away from her. Agnes Rudin from Sweden jumping 7.5 kilos this time. So an interesting spread of her attempts. 207.5, 5 kilo personal best. And to move into squat at bronze and stay there from 7th, just to show you how close these ladies are in the squat. Oh, that is good. She nods. She knows it's going up.
And some blue lights from the right side referee.
Yeah, let's have a look at that in the replay. I'm wondering what that could have been for. I'm wondering if it was for her position. I'm not really too sure, but I think the jury are quite happy with that. But now we have 2 squats remaining in the 76s, and they are both European record attempts. It's already been broken twice in the second round by these 2 ladies. Mara Hammers from Germany looking to take it back off Stefanakova. 215.5 kilos to move her obviously back into squat gold, but more importantly, take back that European record she only held for a moment.
And she really doesn't just want to chip it, she want to blow it. 215.5.
Yeah, forcing the hand of Stefanakova to make a bigger jump as well. Both attempts look very good. Stefanokova's maybe a little harder, so we'll see how this is for Hammers. Oh, unfortunately not there, which means regardless of how the next squat goes, the record belongs to Stefanakova.
216 is the next weight on the bar.
And is to be expected to be hard. It is a European record.
Her second attempt was already pretty hard for that record.
Now the final squat, of course, belonging to Lucy Stefanakova from Iceland, jumping 5 kilos. So a familiar feeling jump, I would imagine there, but still gets the chip. 216 to further extend her own European squat record and to push the gap between herself and the French lifters even closer, trying to chase Motelan into bench where Motelan will have a big advantage.
Yeah, she needs that one in the quest for the title here today. Second attempt was hard, but she's looking strong. Let's see it, Lucy.
Manages to control it a little bit better on the way down, but unfortunately, it is just too heavy. She still walks away with the chip and with the record. The chip definitely will come in useful a little later on, and what a scoreboard that is. Amongst both flights of 76s, A and B, only 4 misses the entire time, 4 third attempts. 2 of them were European record attempts, so quite an incredible
Yeah,
class.
very clean squat session.
And as you can see, Stefanakova walking away with the new European record of 211 kilos in squat gold, and in silver held the record momentarily, 210.5 for Hammers, and in bronze with 207.5 we have Rudin.
Yeah, we have just have to wait 1 second until, yeah, 265.
We now go straight into the 120 group. We have a flight of 9 lifters, and first out, fresh out of the juniors, Andrew Blackwood from Ireland, opening on 265 kilos. We most recently saw him compete at Junior Euros, where he pulled himself onto the podium after switching his grip on deadlift.
In dramatic fashion.
Weighed in at 106.76. Ah, so easy.
I mean, he just really doesn't want to cut at this point. 106 is pretty light for 120.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's moving in the direction of going back down a weight class. He sat in the 105s for a little while and then moved up. But very easy opener there for Blackwood from Ireland.
Expecting a big jump from the first to the second.
We have Siim Salin from Estonia. 295 kilos for his opening attempt. Has a personal best of 320 kilos, has been competing for 11 years.
Smooth opener.
That's a good lift, 3 white lights, and you can see the years of experience in how that opener moves.
Get ready. Bar is loaded. 302.5 kilos. Poland.
We have Mateusz Grzesiek from Poland, 302.5 kilos, competing for 17 years. His job is a forklift operator, and let's see if that helps him in deadlifts.
That could. Inspired on the daily.
Opening 30 kilos below his personal best, so I imagine should this move well, he'll be on pace for a personal best. Or at least to get near to it. It's a little slow, but didn't slow down.
Yeah, maybe that's just how he squats.
Yeah, absolutely. The bar speed was the same the whole way. It just was a slow squat, which isn't always indicative of a strength issue. That looked good, and it's a good lift. Christoph Budaj from Hungary, 310 kilos on the bar.
Three white lights, a good lift for the Hungarian.
Get ready. Bars loaded, 310 kilos. Nicolas Perrault, France.
Nicolas Perrault from France, 310 kilos. Now, he definitely is a contender for podium, maybe even the overall. Right now, on prognosis, 25 kilos behind first, but particularly with the 120s, you know, 25 kilos may not necessarily be as much as it looks. It could be the case of 1 or maybe 2 missed attempts.
And one thing worth mentioning, we're seeing brothers and sisters in the same flight with Clara Perrault and Nicolas Perrault.
Wow, very
Strong
easy.
family.
Yes, absolutely. Great genetics there.
Yep.
Wait for the lights. I can't imagine too much wrong with that. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights. And I know that France have been known for playing some, let's say, games with their competition. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I mean, it's been said. It's been said here and there. So I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps we're seeing some fake openers there, maybe for his deadlifts or just some big jumps. Now, 20-year-old Nonso Chinye from Great Britain. His name is very well known in powerlifting right now. 315 kilos. Another young phenom. Wow.
As expected, I mean, everyone was looking forward to seeing what he's going to do. He looks to be strong today.
Absolutely, and definitely a fighter for the overall.
Most definitely.
The two top contenders at the moment on prognosis, both two of the youngest in the flight.
He might also be looking at a European junior record in the squat.
Yes, the record is 365.5 for the world record and 342.5 for the European. So we'll see how he paces himself there. Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine on prognosis in first overall, 320 kilos for his opening attempt. If you keep up with the junior lifting at all, he really was a phenom in the juniors. He's very technically proficient lifter. He's a very good lifter to watch. That's much harder than I would have expected from
I agree.
Taras.
I think something happened on the way down. Not perfectly controlled. Not usual for him.
No, not at all. Like I said, but he's known for being very technically efficient. And there wasn't a breakdown. The technique didn't break down, but it just was hard. But we'll see what happens as we move forward. I wouldn't say that's him done. It's quite literally the first attempt. We now have Bo Sekhanovsky from Israel, 322.5 kilos. Very, very strong. Just waiting for the lights. 3 white lights, a good lift. What do you think of that?
I would not have been surprised if that was even faster, because I'm seeing him explode on the way up. Oh, wow.
Wow, and you can tell there's a Spanish lifter coming out now in Victor Vasquez Carrillo from Spain. 325 kilos, huge amount of support in the crowd, and another contender for podium.
10 years of experience, 30 years old.
Has a personal best squat of 346. The European record is 355 kilos. And the heaviest opener of the flight. And there we
He's
go.
on.
That is a lovely opener. Very, very easy. 2-to-1 a good lift. Does get a depth call, but this is what we were saying the other day. Spain really becoming very well known for their squatters, particularly in the men's side.
I agree, it does look borderline.
Oh, and the jury's overruled it to a no lift, unfortunately, for Vasquez. And we move now into our second round of squats with Bar Vasquez getting that opener in. 280 kilos for Andrew Blackwood there. Just having fun with his wrist straps a little bit.
Yeah, the only piece of equipment you're allowed to adjust on the platform is the belt.
280 kilos, taking a 15-kilo jump. Considerably lighter than the last time he competed, so that's going to have a difference on his overall performance in terms of the personal bests that we see.
Absolutely.
Ah, that's still so nice. He competes very, very well.
I like the smile on Andrew Blackwood. He has great energy on the platform.
Yeah, he absolutely does. A very enjoyable lifter to watch, and he's still being very snappy towards that lockout.
One day he's going to be with us in the commentary booth. I've asked him in the past, he said he's down.
Might be dangerous business, that. Sim Salin from Estonia, 310 kilos, a 15-kilo jump from his opener.
Three white lights, a good lift for the Estonian. He makes easy work of that 15-kilo jump.
Melnichuk, Budai, get ready. Bar is loaded to crush it. Poland.
Mateusz Grzesik from Poland, 312.5 kilos, a 10-kilo jump. And I think that's smart. The opener, as we said, was quite slow.
Yeah, I think that might be strat B here. More of a conservative jump.
I think it maintained actually similar speed to the
Yeah,
opener.
not much slower at all.
Perhaps we'll see a similar sort of jump there to his third.
7.5 and a half. Taras Melnichuk, Ukraine, Budai, Perot, get ready. Bar loaded, 327.5 kilos to Taras Melnichuk, Ukraine.
Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine had a little bit of a difficult opener in 320s, jumped 7.5 kilos to his second. Perhaps just not feeling quite as strong on that opener as he would have hoped, so taking a slightly smaller jump here.
I think this one will give us answers as to what happened during the opener.
Absolutely. As he is in contention for the overall, he's going to want to still collect as many kilos as he can, so he's probably trying to figure out what happened as well and see if he can edge himself up ever so slightly. That is a huge grind from Melnichuk. It looked good though.
It looked good, but where do you go from this one?
3 white lights, a good lift, and I can only see a couple extra kilos being in that, and it's a lot of weight to redo only a few minutes later.
Yeah, would that be worth it is the question.
I'm not so sure, unless he's just been working on his grind. I don't know if it would be. Have to wait and see what he does. He does need every kilo he can get. Krzysztof Budai from Hungary, 330 kilos, 20-kilo jump from his opener.
Let's see how we can work with that 20-kilo jump. Three white lights, it was fine. He has more in the tank.
Bar is loaded, 330 kilos to Perot, France.
Nicolas Perrault from France, 330 kilos, a 20-kilo jump from his opener. 13 kilos below his personal best. Moves him into squat bronze for the time being, with Vasquez, Chinye and Sekunkovsky to follow.
Nicolau has a streak to continue. He's been PRing his total for more than 10 competitions straight now.
A lovely looking second attempt. And if he has a grind anything like his sister's, then he could add a good few more kilos into that.
Yeah, he's a great squatter. He has more in the tank for sure. And he's gonna need more. Like you said, if you want to fight with Nonso, with all those guys.
Now needs this. He had support anyway from the crowd, but even more so now. Victor Vasquez Carrillo, Spain, missed his opener, got overturned by the jury on account of depth. Jumped 10 kilos anyway, and he's going to need to. He is fighting for podium. It will really hurt him.
Playing dangerous game, but for a bigger reward.
Yeah, and he's definitely taken a smaller jump than he would have wanted to, but it's the risk he has to make if he's pushing for that podium. I think anybody else would have just retaken the weight.
100%. I think it looks just like the first one.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that as well. And exactly the same, referee giving him red, 2-1. The jury will look it over. They're already at the screen. We'll have a look at it again. This is the side he gets that white from, and I'm hoping it was just quick and it was in.
Coach is worried. He's still rushing the jury, but he seems to be on board.
Yeah, apparently it will remain.
I agree the right hip was lower than the other one, but still, it was borderline.
We now have Nonso Chinye of Great Britain taking a 25 kilo jump from his opener, the biggest jump we've seen thus far, to 340, leaving him just 5 kilos below his personal best. Another lifter who just continues to progress. Oh, and it's still so easy for him.
That European junior record is more than in danger.
Absolutely, and we won't see Nonso smile till the very end because he knows the job is not done.
You can only root for a guy like this, so focused, so young, so strong, so determined.
Now our heaviest second attempt before we move into the third and final round. Moves him into squat silver for the time being. On body weight behind Chinye. Bo Sekunovsky from Israel, 340 kilos.
His first attempt looked nice.
A bit shaky on the way down, but it does not slow him down whatsoever.
Still holding on strong, but no lift for lack of depth. Signaled by both side referees. I think I can only agree here. He loses out on a lot of kilos, but still with one more attempt to go.
Yeah, and he's definitely strong enough to do it again, just a tiny bit further. We now go into our third and final round. We have Andrew Blackwood from Ireland, 290 kilos, a 10 kilo jump.
From all smiles to fully focused. 10 kilo jump for his third attempt.
It's a very strong walkout. There's a big push. He smiles already, so it's going to be good. A phenomenal third from Blackwood, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Excited to see what he does when he's going to be back in the 105s.
Yeah, absolutely. A little sneak peek, I would say, here.
He might have ate this morning to make weight, we don't know.
Sim Salin from Estonia, 322.5 kilos for his third and final attempt. 12.5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best, which in itself is impressive. after 11 years of competing to continue to progress at each international. Wow. Very, very speedy third attempt.
Yeah, surprisingly speedy for a third. 3 white lights, a good lead for the Estonian.
322.5
Perhaps a number he's been chasing for a while. Maybe at a squat plateau, because he seemed very, very happy with that when he came off.
I would be happy if I squatted that.
Me too.
That would be massive.
322.5 kilos for Mateusz Grzesiek from Poland. 10 kilo jump from his second. So he's been squatting slowly since his opener. The second was still slow, but not slower, I wouldn't say. So see what another 10 kilos does here, an equal jump. Maybe even the quickest as well.
I guess that's just how he squats.
He still landed 10 kilos behind his personal best, so maybe still somewhere in between, that's where he squats and not feeling 100% today, but
I mean, in terms of percentages, it's not that far off.
no, not at all. Now Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine taking a 5 kilo jump. This will take him into squat bronze for the time being, with 5 lifters to follow for 2.5 kilo personal best. And I was wondering if he would come out or not as I look to the wings, and he is coming out. It was a huge grind on his second, already a bit of a grind on his opener, so taking still a relatively small jump, not the smallest jump, to 5 kilos. I suppose at this amount of weight, 2.5 kilos, 5 kilos.
I'm worried this one will take a lot out of him.
Yeah. It's going to be a fight, a huge, huge grind if he can stand it up. No, but the good news is he failed quickly. He didn't waste any energy trying to grind through that.
Who's just not here today. Nothing technical, just top end strength.
And if I'm being honest, I don't think the 2.5 kilos was going to be there, and I think they probably knew that and said, if we're going to risk it and go out with more energy, we might as well risk it for a few extra kilos.
I like the explanation.
Krzysztof Budaj from Hungary, 342.5 kilos. To be a 2.5 kilo personal best. Takes him into squat gold for the time being, with 4 lifters to follow, 3 of which, including Budaj, taking this weight.
Grinder.
Phenomenal effort there from Budaj.
And some well-deserved white lights.
And he moves into squat gold for the time being.
The bar is loaded. That 340 was disallowed. 342.5 kilos.
And I think he is the lightest of the 3 taking this weight, so he's secured himself at least the bronze, I believe. We now have Bo Sekanovsky. Got called on depth for his 340. It's gone up 2.5 kilos to 342.5. This moves him into squat silver, of course, behind Budaj, who is lighter. Just needs to get an inch or so lower. Easier said than done here. It's a lot of weight on his back. It definitely looked better. Like we said, the strength wasn't an issue.
2-1, a good lift. Still 1 red card from the side of the replay, so let's not celebrate too early.
That looks good to me. I'd be surprised if they touched that.
They seem to agree.
342.5 kilos for Nicolas Perrault of France. Just half a kilo below his personal best, and I imagine a French squat record.
You are right. Hyperventilating. This is one thing he does often to get himself going before a lift. He has a lot of mental tricks and routine to get him to perform.
This moves him into squat bronze as the heaviest of the three to take this weight. No, unfortunately not there, and that could hurt him overall.
100%, he loses out on a lot of kilos here in the quest for the podium.
And I'm wondering what happened, whether that was a bad call from the coaching team or he just ran out of steam a little bit, because it's unlike Nicolas to miss.
It's very unlikely for Nicolas to miss. I think he just ran out of steam because they put in something he had already done in a competition.
Now, Victor Vasquez Carrillo didn't get his opener on account of depth, came back, jumping 10 kilos to 335 and got it. Now to move into squat gold, just 5 kilos below the European record, which I imagine he would have wanted to go for today, but it would have just been too much of a jump between his second and his third. This is a 15 kilo jump. 4 kilo personal best.
He needs to make it count.
This will secure him at the very least silver, for the time being gold. It's a huge fight and the crowd roars, and how could you not stand it up with support like that? And it is a good lift. 3 white lights. What an incredible moment right there.
Crazy grind.
And our final squat is a European junior record. You said that you thought he might attack it. It is extending it by 10 whole kilos should he get this squat, and I'd be surprised if he didn't. Also landing about 13 kilos behind the world junior squat record. 352.5 kilos for Nonsa Chinye of Great Britain to extend the European junior squat record by 10 entire kilos, but more importantly, puts him ahead on prognosis leading into bench press.
Let's see it, Nonso. Come on!
And in classic Nonso fashion, it was pretty easy, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
You have to tip your hat to that. So young and so strong. He's going to be in a fight for the title, but he's now looking like the favorite.
And in bronze, with 342.5 kilos, we have Budai of Hungary in squat silver with 350 kilos. And that incredible moment, Vasquez Carrillo, and in squat gold and a new European junior squat record, we have Great Britain's Nonso Chinye with 352.5 kilos. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before bench press, so don't go anywhere and we'll see you then. Christian Ayandokan of Great Britain, now the favourite to win the class. Considerable lead on nominations.
It meant a lot. I've been doing 4 competitions a year for a long time now, so this one was, in terms of preparation, had to be a subdued one because I've just had British, gonna have Worlds.
Sounds very doable, especially judging by that second.
Loses his line a little bit, but bullies it up. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights, and absolutely the right call on the day.
It's the first time my mum came to see me lift in real life. So to get the win after last year as well puts me in a great position, and I'm very pleased.
Oh, and that is a lovely final pull from Christian.
Yep.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Phenomenal competition from Christian, your new European champion.
I'm looking to push everything now. I'll be back in the gym on Sunday or Monday, and then it is squat and deadlift that I'm going to be training them like a madman.
You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play. 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 You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. You know I don't play. You know I don't play. You know I don't play. I'll put up a good fight. It's gonna get. It's personal. Better watch, it's gonna get. It's personal. Better watch your back. It's gonna get. It's gonna get personal.
Welcome back to the 2025 European Open Classic Powerlifting Championships here in Malaga, Spain. Quick summary of the 76 kilo squats. We saw Rudin walk away in bronze with 207.5. In silver, we had Hammers from Germany, who briefly held the record with 210.5, but keeping the record, and squat gold, Stefanikova with 211 kilos from Iceland. We now head into the bench press. As you can see, some huge numbers coming up. That of Laura Matalan right there at the top with 137.5 kilos. And the European record stands at 155.5, so a bit of a stretch, but she'll certainly gain ground here on bench.
Yeah, I think it's a stretch. I think Agata's fine with that record.
Eleonora Spisny from Italy, 87.5 kilos, opening on her personal best. Still relatively new to the sport, 3 years in competing, so not super unusual to see, but great to see her in the A flight.
Feel like it deserved to be an opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights, on 97.5 on the bar. Now for Tessa Ophoff, Netherlands. Mazur Proserpio, get ready. Bars loaded at 97.5 kilos for Ophoff, Netherlands.
Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, opening also on her personal best from 97.5 kilos.
She went 2 for 3 in the squat event. Almost got that 200. Looking to regain some momentum with the bench press opener. Momentum regained.
Yeah, absolutely.
3 white lights, good
A lovely opener, 3 white lights, a good lift. And similarly to seeing that 200 kilo squat for more of half of the flight, I think we might be in a position where almost everyone, if not everyone in this flight, will end with 100 kilos or above on bench.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Zuzanna Mazur from Poland, 100 kilos on the bar, 2.5 kilos below her personal best. And with only 2 years of competing and 19 years old, she's going to keep breaking those personal bests for quite a while now.
Looking strong under the bar.
And that's a good lift, 3 white lights. Unfortunately for Susanna, of course, the junior record also belongs to Agata. She is still a junior at 155.5. That's the World Open, World Junior, European Open and European Junior record. But incredible opening attempt there from Mazur.
Agata is really out of this world.
Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, 105 kilos, opening 2.5 kilos above her personal best.
That also deserved to be an opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Proserpio, 107.5 on the bar for Teddy Nuga, Great Britain. Hamas Gronlund, get ready. Bar loaded at 107.5 kilos for Teddy Nuga, Great Britain.
Temi Nuga now from Great Britain, 107.5 kilos. It feels like she's likely to hit a lot of M1 records today. I don't think it's even in her eye line. It's not something she's looking at. Something she's doing, picking it up along the way.
A side quest.
Yeah, exactly. The Masters world record bench is 118. Her personal best is 127.5, but we'll see how she spans across bench, opening at 107. Oh, it's very easy.
3 white lights, expecting something along the line of a 10 kilo jump, maybe 7.5.
Followed it at 110 kilos from Hames of Germany.
Mara Hames from Germany, 110 kilos, opening 2.5 kilos below her personal best. Momentarily held that European squat record, and if Stefanikova wasn't here, she would have kept it, but it was a fight between the two of them for it.
However, she still keeps a strategic chip.
And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. A very interesting grip style there with her index finger in. Don't think I've ever seen that before.
Me neither. I might try that. Seems to be working.
110 kilos for Ellen Gronlund from Finland.
Definitely harder than what we could have expected.
I'm wondering if that was just a little bit of a misgroove.
Get ready, bar is loaded at 112.5 kilos for Lucy of Iceland.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. A lot of the lifters train on a lot of different bench pads, so it could be a case of her just adjusting to this particular style. 112.5 kilos for Lucy Stefanikova, opening 2.5 kilos above her personal best. Hit a personal best on the squat as well as a European record, so it seems to have made a lot of progress recently.
I'm worried about depth here. It's gonna be 3 whites, I already know it. Yep.
Maybe you should say that for everyone, just, help them get those white lights. We'll have a look from a better angle here. We're looking from the side.
I kind of was right though.
Well, I suppose that's why we're here and there. I think she definitely wants to be careful of it for it not to go any higher, because she could be at risk, I think, of getting 1 red light. The jury may look to intervene. Ural Nesse from Norway, 112.5 kilos. Looks very comfortable. I think if the previous bench was safe, I think that should be as well. It looked about the same in terms of elbow depth. That is a good lift. 112.5 stays on the bar for Betty Hanlon from Great Britain. Ended off squats with a 200 kilo squat. It's just 5 kilos below her personal best.
An amazing grind with that 200. Does she have that in store for us in the bench press? A nice third grinder. Smooth.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. It's a very smooth opener there for Hanlon and a good lift.
Bar loaded. 115 kilos, Agnes of Sweden.
Agnes Ruden from Sweden coming out for 115 kilos.
A lifter that surprised us in the squat with some big jumps.
Yeah, this is 9 kilos below her personal best, so I'm interested to see what the strategy is on bench comparatively.
Three white lights, a good lift. And I'm not so sure what to make of that one. Would you load something crazy onto that, or 5?
It's hard to say. I think we'll probably see a 7.5 kilo jump from Sweden, but it's hard to tell. Claudia Perrault from France, 120 kilos for her opening attempt, 5 kilos below her personal best, so seems both on squat and bench progress is being made. She's still, I think, eating into the class a little bit. She's moved up from the 69, so she has that room to grow, which certainly helps on the lifts, particularly on bench.
Yeah, she's weighing in at 74.2. Not the best of openers, but still pretty light.
That looked pretty comfortable for her, I think. Have a look at that again in the replay.
You don't want that right arm to dissociate a bit more as the weight gets heavier. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I think that is the trend we'll see, and I think we've seen that from her in the past, where as it gets harder, she tends to struggle to look out one arm a little bit more. Now the heaviest opener of the flight, 137.5 kilos for Laura Montalan, just told to wait there, so having a quick boogie in the meantime.
I think that's the first misload of the competition, so I mean, can't really be mad at it.
No, doing very, very well. 137.5 for Laura now, and 8 kilos below her personal best. Very, very impressive bencher. Just all-round lifter, honestly. Also has a big pull, which is not usually conventional of a lot of big benchers, but becoming more common so in the elite athletes.
And she adapted so well to the new rule. A lot of naysayers said that her bench would be gone. Turns out it is not at all.
Adopts a sinking approach there and moves very comfortably. Is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Puts us straight into the leading bench. 92.5 on the bar for Eleonora Spisny of Italy as we move into round 2.
I was trying to lip read there, and I remembered I don't speak French, so not too helpful.
I can say what she said.
All right, well, we'll move on from that. I'm glad I don't speak French.
Bars loaded at 92.5.
Eleonora Spisny from Italy now, 92.5 kilos, back into the top of the flight for the second round. Everybody securing an opener.
The squat session was really clean. We had only 4 misses all throughout the 2 groups. Group started really cleanly. Hope the trend keeps on going.
Yeah, it's a good start with the openers. Certainly proved themselves on squats.
Was that a pause or a bar dip? It was only a pause. 3 white lights for the Italian, a good lift.
Yeah, so what Alex is talking about there is that the bar can stop at any point. It can even go up unevenly, but if the bar dips whatsoever as you're trying to push up, you'll get blue lights, which is a no lift. We now have Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands. 5 kilo jump from her opener. Big good lift, 3 white lights.
105 on the bar, Susanna Mazur, Poland. Sergio Gronlund, get ready. Bar loaded, 105 kilos, Susanna Mazur of Poland.
105 kilos for Susanna Mazur of Poland. 5 kilo jump, and this will be for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Already if she gets this, she's on target for a 17.5 kilo PB on total, and that's just going to continue to go up through the day. Yeah, very comfortable for Susanna. A good lift, 3 white lights.
She's going to improve every lift. We already know it now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll see a hefty increase in her total PB as well, which is currently 500 kilos. Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, 110 kilos for her second attempt. 5 kilo jump and a 5 kilo personal best should she make it. Unfortunately, just didn't have any steam off the chest there. I'll have a look at that again in the replay. I'm wondering if she just lost her position a bit. She pressed in a different place. Like we said, you can't really count a technical bencher out in terms of coming back, but if it is a strength issue, then that's something you can't quite fix.
That did kind of look like strength, but we can counter out, that's for sure.
Ellen Gronlund from Finland, 112.5 kilos. 2.5 kilo jump from her opener, which did look a little harder than we would have expected from Ellen.
Not that easy for a 2.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, her opener already was a little tougher than we expected though, so I think a smart choice. We'll see another 2.5 kilo jump, I can only imagine. But it's a good lift.
115 on the bar, this is for Temi Nuga. This will be a European Masters 1 record if successful for Temi, and the bar is loaded! European M1 record.
We now have 115 kilos for Temi Nuga from Great Britain. This will be a European M1 bench press record, and I believe it's not been met before, so this is actually beating the standard of 112.5. It's not just is she beating someone's record, rather she is quite literally the first lifter to get anywhere near this in Europe in the M1s.
I think she's being DJ Khaled with the record now.
She did. That's
Another one.
A1 record for Temi Nuga. 117.5 on the bar.
She's looking so strong today.
Stefanikova, Nessa, get ready.
And the bar never dipped. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and if she takes the 5 kilo jump, she'll take the world record as well with her. That'll be a record in each attempt. 6 attempts, 6 record breaks or extensions.
I don't think the opener was in squat. It was.
It was.
Crazy.
Mara Hamez from Germany, 117.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best. like we said, could be in a position to fight for podium should anybody mess up whatsoever. And she has the chip, which will certainly help her if that is the case.
Yeah, she's in the hunt.
Coach being pulled to the jury,
We still get
saying
consent to vote, please.
she has to have her hands around the bar fully. The technique we see there with her finger, they're not happy with, and they need it to be wrapped around. As per the rule book,
Okay, flags.
the hands have to be wrapped around close the bar, I believe. I'm not sure the wording.
Yeah, this is why it's
Yeah, the
weird.
bullet
It is
paper
up to
will be your,
interpretation here, because it is kind of wrapped, not just close with the others.
3 white lights and a good lift.
It's a
Thank you
good
very
lift, 3 white lights, but the jury member's just not quite happy with perhaps the centre referee's current interpretation of. So we'll have to see how that transpires in the third. It's going to be really difficult to change your grip.
Especially when it passed twice. Now you're asking her to change when you just passed twice what she did, which is kind of a weird situation to be in.
We'll have to see how that unravels. Lucy Stefanikova first, 117.5 kilos for her second attempt. I feel it's much easier to interpret on the squat when it's your hand has to be closed around the bar, but have to see.
Yeah, the wording's different for the bench.
That's a very nice second attempt from Lucy.
3 white lights, good lift. Stefanikova, 117.5 at the bar.
3 white lights, a good lift, and pacing herself really nicely as it stands.
Bars loaded at 117.5 Vanessa of Norway.
Matalan currently being able to pull ahead into the lead with this big bench, but we get to deadlifts and it will come down to that. We'll have to see what happens. One missed lift can do a lot. Joril Nesse from Norway, 117.5 kilos for her second attempt.
Harder, but it still looked like a second attempt for Joril Nesse.
3 white lights,
3 white
good
lights,
lift.
a good lift.
Vanessa, 117.5 at the bar for Bettina Hanlon, Great Britain. Rudin Peiro Mautalen, get ready. Bar is loaded at 117.5 kilos. Bettina Hanlon, Great Britain.
117.5 kilos for Betty Hanlon of Great Britain to match her personal best and her second on pace. Should this be a good lift to get her second personal best of the day?
Seconds to receive the start command. Oh,
And that is a surprise. Yeah, she's just saying it's a bit too slippy. She can't utilize that leg drive. Have a look again here and see.
I thought she was pacing so well so far.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily a strength issue if a lot of her position has lost her normal style, but we can see if she can perhaps get any more grip on that third attempt. Agnes Rudin of Sweden, 120 kilos. 5 kilo jump from her opener.
Still very fast on the way down, but she stays in control. and pushing it up. 3
Yeah.
white lights.
And I think you're right, 5 kilos was absolutely the best call there. And I imagine perhaps only to see a 2.5 kilo jump to her third if she wants to be sensible.
Yeah, I think 7.5 there would have surprised her maybe, but now she knows how it feels. 2.5 is the sensible decision.
25 kilos.
Clara Pera from France, 125 kilos, moves her into bench press silver. Ahead of the German lifter from the B group earlier, Ekta. This matches her personal best. As I was saying before, going up a weight class certainly helps bench press a lot quicker. And that's so much better than her opener.
Absolutely. That is sweet for a match personal best.
Yeah, we were worried about the arms locking out separately on the opener, but here they both went up very evenly.
Yeah, it was slightly better.
Yeah, still locked out one at a time, but much closer together. Now our heaviest second attempt, of course, belonging to Laura Martelin from France, 142.5 kilos. She's 3 kilos below her personal best, and honestly not a million miles away from Agata's bench records.
Yeah, she's in a league of her own now in the flight for the bench press. An event in which she really shines. Let's see if she can find a position she likes to sink from. Yeah, I think that leg drive was not full power because she was worried about slipping.
Yeah, I think a similar case for a lot of the athletes today, but still a good lift and an incredible bench.
I think that's what she's saying right now. Only 145, I can't really leg drive.
Yeah, and if you can gain those extra kilos, it's well worth it heading into deadlift. She's of course leading with 142.5, with Pedro behind with 125. And Eckhart from the B group earlier, the 122.5, still holding on to that bronze for the time being. Eleonora Spisny from Italy, 95 kilos. I think testing out the grip a bit there with her feet.
Maybe rubbing the chalk off.
I think looking for a place that has better grip. You can see her feet slipping already at the beginning.
Stuck to the chest, unfortunately. No lift.
Yeah, another lifter coming off there saying she couldn't get any leg drive.
But to be fair, you can't really do anything now because the third round has started. It wouldn't be fair for the other lifters if it got approved now. So everyone's getting nerfed right now.
Tessa Ophoff taking a 2.5 kilo jump. Already the smallest increment you can jump for a personal best here. So hopefully the difficulty in the potentially slippy floor or lack of grip doesn't bother her too much, but it's already top end, so I'll have to wait and see. You can see her trying to find that foot placement where she and a fantastic final bench. Do you know what? I think it aids her where her feet were there because they're slightly further back. They didn't really have the chance to slip. They're directly under the knee, so the drive goes down rather than forwards.
Yeah, great pressure all throughout the lift. And she manages to get it. Nicely done. And a new personal best of 105.
107.5 kilos for Zuzanna Moisor from Poland for a 2.5 kilo jump and an extension on her personal best.
I think she tried to meet the command.
Roll call loaders, no lift, I'm
It
afraid.
didn't quite work in her favor this
What
time.
happens in the third round? 110 on the bar for Emma Maria Proserpio of Italy. Grunlund, Nuga, get ready. Bars loaded for Proserpio, Italy.
It just seems a bit of a strength issue there for Susanna. Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, 110 kilos, looking to retake it here on her third attempt.
A surprise missed of the second round. We were not expecting it.
Yeah, I think another lifter just struggling with that leg drive. Yeah, you can see there her foot slipping.
So it does look better, but it won't go up. No lifts for the Italian.
Well caught loaders. A 115 goes on the bar now for Ellen Grunlund, Finland. Nuga, Hanlon, get ready. Bars loaded, 115 kilos for Ellen Grunlund, Finland.
Ellen Grönlund from Finland taking a 2.5 kilo jump. The jump that most of the lifters in this flight have taken to the third.
She almost had me there. I thought for a second it was going to be a great grind, but the sticking point too pronounced for her to push through. No lift for the finish.
Great Britain, this will extend her previously set record, and the bar is loaded. For Nuga, 117.5 kilos.
Temi Nuga from Great Britain coming out for 117.5 kilos, looking to extend her European M1 record, not reaching for the world record, which I think smart here, just secure the extra couple kilos.
Hamlet, Hamas, get ready.
I think this is the sensible decision to set her up for a possible Hail Mary in the deadlift.
Lovely third attempt there from Temi. And a good lift, 3 white lights, and one of only 2 lifters to get their final attempt so far. In a turn of events, she picks her coach up instead of jumping into the arms of her.
That's pretty much the opposite usually.
Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 117.5 kilos. Struggled with the grip on her feet before, just slipped a little bit and couldn't use that leg drive, which a lot of the technical benchers really do need. Looking to retake it here for a match personal best.
If she can find proper rooting and use her feet as claws onto the ground, she might be able to get that bench.
Oh, it's a huge fight, but just not there today for Betty, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's no lift for Betty. 120 on the bar.
So 1 for 3 in the bench press event.
3 attempts to change openers. Bar loaded for Hamas.
This is going way worse than squat did.
120 kilos.
Yeah, not quite as a successful session. We tend to see that the third bench is the most commonly missed lift in all 9 attempts. Mara James from Germany, 120 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump to her third. Only 10.5 kilos behind third overall on prognosis should she make this. Just been told to re-rack. She has to change the grip. As we remember, she grips with her index finger pointing inwards. She needs to get the start command and figure out a new grip, all within 10 seconds. Gets it with 5 seconds left to go. Yeah, and like we said, it is just too hard to change your whole style on your third attempt when it's the heaviest you're going to take.
Yeah, it was a tough ask.
I'm not saying it was within the rules what she was doing, but, you know, to ask just on the third to change seems a little bit unfair. So is the nature of the game, I suppose, sometimes. 120 kilos for Lucy Stefanikova. 120 kilos are only good enough for 5th should she get this, which is absolutely crazy. 2.5 kilo jump from her second for a new personal best. And that's what a third attempt should look like, what we've been expecting to see. And it's a good lift, 2-1, with a yellow card from the far side referee. Have a look from that angle here. Normally for lifting of the butt, I can't see the glutes break from the bench, so I think she should be okay there.
I have to agree.
Joril Nesse from Norway, 120 kilos for her third and final attempt.
Personal best on the line. She almost got out of position at the bottom, but she manages to push through. 3 white lights, a new personal best for the Norwegian.
Yeah, and I'm happy to start seeing some more successful third attempts, and I'm hoping it's indicative of what's to come with the final 3 benches, as they are obviously the heaviest 3 of the flight. Ooh, 125 and above. And Agnes Rudin to take 125 kilos for her third and final attempt. This will move her into bench press bronze, knocking the B flight lifter Eckhart off of the podium, which she's held on to so well so far. I think we expected Rudin to take the 2.5 kilo jump, but she's heavier and I think wants that bench medal, so that would explain the choice for this.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what's going down. And you picked it well. It is not there. So medal from the B group.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times this week and we love to see it.
Yep.
And, you know, it was kind of expected. 2.5 kilos, I think, in terms of numbers on the day was the right decision, but in terms of strategy and what the goals perhaps were, 125 also made sense. Claude Perrault from France, 130 kilos for a new personal best, and this would add another 5 kilos to her total. She already has silver bench secured, and gold is already secured by her teammate Motala.
So Spain is the nation of squat, where it turns out France might be the nation of bench. That's a surprise to me.
One arm at a time, but she manages to do it. And it is 2-1, a good lift. She gets a call for downwards movement, which I don't think is the case. It was just, as I said, one arm locked out at a time. I could be wrong.
He's very happy with that personal best. I don't think the bar went down. I think it might be for the right elbow, not as locked out as the other, but it seemed fine to me.
Our final bench now for Laura Motala from France, taking a 2.5 kilo jump to just half a kilo below her bench press PB. 145 now on the bar.
Is she going to find a proper place to leg drive from?
Worth mentioning as well, this is just 10.5 kilos below the world record, which honestly I don't think anyone thought anyone would get near for a few years, maybe ever.
Imagine, ever.
So incredible to see Laura getting so close today.
Find your footing, find your rooting. Just a slight bit of leg drive.
Oh, a fantastic grind, just not there for Laura, and that just means Clara is that much closer behind, now just behind by 5 kilos. Both of the deadlifts are openers are exactly the same, or as they are in now, they're exactly the same. And so it's going to be an exciting battle, not just between the two of them, it's not just them in the game, but they are definitely the closest as it stands. Motalan leading the bench with bench gold 142.5, and silver Peirao with 130. And from the B group, we have Eckhart with 122.5 kilos. We of course have the totals from the B group above, but the subtotals below, just 1.5 kilos separating Motalan and Stefanakova. Peirao subject to shoot up as we head into deadlifts. Now, into the 120 kilo category, and first out we have Andrew Blackwood smiling onto the platform, 170 kilos. Now usually when a lifter cuts down a weight class, bench is the first that is tanked somewhat, but we'll see how he gets on today. Still a very decent opener.
And he tends to open pretty low compared to what he's capable of doing.
And it's comfortable. We'll see a pretty decent sized jump, I would imagine.
At least 7.5.
Yeah, I would say that's reasonable. And like I said, when a lifter goes down a weight class, he benches the first that usually loses some kilos. Very clean opener. Seem Salim from Estonia, 190 kilos. I think by the second round, definitely by the third round, we should be in a place where most lifters in this flight will have a 200 kilo up bench. Very comfortable for Sim, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
195.5 for Bo Sekanovsky, Israel. Chinye and Greshik to get ready. Bars loaded. 195 kilos.
Bo Sekanovsky from Israel, 195 kilos.
Very explosive off the chest.
A good lift, 3 white lights. One of the names that are not here today, Jonah Weindiek, is, I believe, the current holder of the World Junior record, as well as the European Open and European Junior record of 253. I don't think anyone's going to get near that today, as the only person we would have thought isn't here. Nonso Chinye of Great Britain, 197.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Fresh off a European junior record in the squad event.
A lovely soft touch from Nonso there, which you don't normally get so often in these heavier male weight classes. Very nice technique and a good lift.
And he seems to be saying that it is good for whatever. Load it up.
200 kilos.
I would expect at least a 7.5 kilo jump.
Mateusz Grzyk from Poland, 200 kilos in the bar.
Was that another soft touch?
Three white lights.
Looks
And
like
a
it.
good
3
lift
white
on
lights,
the
a
left.
good lift.
205 on the bar for Christoph Budai of Hungary. Pero
Is this the new
Vasquez.
meta for bigger guys?
Get ready, the bar is loaded. For Budai,
Lovely opener.
205
Yeah, it certainly gives them a lot more control over the bar. Christoph Badai from Hungary, 205 kilos.
Sinking is such a technical way of benching. It requires a lot of strength, a lot of timing also, which makes it very, very difficult.
Wow, very easy.
3 white lights, a good lift, no surprise.
On the bar for Nicolas Peyraud of France, Vasquez and Melnichuk, get ready. Bars loaded, 210 kilos for Peyraud, France.
3 openers remaining, and the first of which we have Nicolas Peyrel from France. Now, he missed his last squat, and like we said, that can really hurt him in the overall, especially if those others fighting at the top continue to make their lifts. 210 on the bar.
Yeah, he really did lost some ground in the squat event. But really, bench is not the place to try and cover some ground. Lovely opener out of Nicolas.
Yeah, very easy for him. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Good lift for Peyraud.
Looking to make up some ground now. He's going to have to really push himself through bench and deadlift to close that gap.
If
he can. And if is the question now. 217.5 kilo from Victor Vasquez Carrillo from Spain. Opening 2.5 kilos below his personal best. Ended with a fantastic squat grind.
No troubles with leg drive here.
Has a good lift, 3 white lights. Moving as an opener should.
A deep sink, aggressive leg drive, and a lovely opener.
For a provisional bench press gold exiting the first round.
225 kilos for Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine. 10 kilos below his personal best, and hoping this is slightly easier than his squat opener and has room to grow into his second and third. And it's still quite hard. 3 white lights, a good lift. Some countries, some athletes do just tend to adopt a technique of opening quite heavy near their max and then trying to extend from there. Not the technique he adopted during the juniors, but perhaps now he's in the open team, different coaches are pushing different techniques.
Yeah, that might be the case, but I'm worried he's just not in full strength today.
Andrew Blackwood from Ireland, 180 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from his opener.
And it looks like his strength in the bench press didn't drop that much.
200 on the bar for Estonia. Sekanovsky, Kenya, get ready. Bar loaded, 200 kilos for Sally.
5, maybe 7.5 for Andrew Blackwood. It's 5.
200 kilos for Wasim Salim from Estonia. 10 kilo jump, and to be 2.5 kilos below his personal best.
I must say his opener was very convincing.
Yeah, seems to be pacing himself well here with a 10 kilo jump.
Three white lights and a good lift. That was really easy for something that close to a personal best.
Chinier and Greshik to get ready. Bars loaded, 202.5 kilos for Bo Sakanovsky, Israel.
Bo Sakanovsky from Israel, 202.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Three white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights and a good lift for Bo. 207.5 in the bar now. For Nonso Chinier, Great Britain. Greshik, Budai, get ready. Bars loaded. 207.5 kilos for Chinier of Great Britain.
Nonso Chinier from Great Britain, 207.5 kilos on the bar. A 10 kilo jump from his opener, leaving him just 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best. He's on for a big total today. Just with his second bench and opening deadlift successful, he would be on 910 kilos. If he continues this way, he'll be hard to catch.
Significantly harder, but still a good lift for Nelson Chinier. Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's a decent bencher and obviously a great squatter, but a phenomenal deadlifter, a near 400 kilo deadlifter.
Might not be near today.
Have to see. He'll put on the bar, I'm sure, exactly what he needs. The title over the number. Mateusz Greshik from Poland, 207.5 kilos.
Three white lights, a good lift.
215 on the bar now for Christoph, the guy of Hungary. Pero, Vasquez, Meldichuk, get ready. Bars loaded, 215 kilos. Christoph Budai, Hungary.
Christoph Budai from Hungary, 215 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from his opener. This is just 5 kilos below his personal best. Wow.
Doesn't look like it.
That was very, very easy still. I don't think it actually really slowed down from his opener.
220 on the bar for Nicolas Perrault of France. Vasquez and Meldichuk, get ready. Bar is loaded. Perrault, France, 220 kilos.
Nico Perrault from France, 220 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to pull him into bench press bronze ahead of Vasquez, who is to follow. 2.5 kilos below his personal best, and they're going to be pushing near PBs or above PBs now to get as close as they can to the rest of the group.
He really doesn't want to miss to stay in the race.
And you hope he wouldn't. You'd hope the second would be a pretty comfortable attempt for him.
Wow, Betch is looking good.
Yeah, and it does seem like a comfortable second attempt.
2 to 1, good lift.
And 2 to 1, a good lift. I'm wondering if we can see that side angle on the replay, because usually that's what that yellow would be for.
And the media team answers the call.
So we can see the light come through, but it's still remaining in contact, so should be okay there. Pereira. Our penultimate second attempt to move back into silver, knocking Pereira into bronze. Victor Vasquez Carrillo from Spain, 225 kilos. This would be a 5 kilo personal best. Should he make this?
It's a smaller jump for one of the 120s.
Yeah, I mean, he's not taking risks, and it's smart. He is on prognosis nominated in second overall. And it seems like the right decision, yeah. And the thing is, with that sinking technique, you said it's very technical. It does usually mean that the sticking point comes about halfway up, and it's not a point of grinding a lot of the time, then it just will stop going. And it takes even more skill and a tremendous amount of more strength, really, to grind after that slows down in this technique.
Well said. It is very hard to predict if you don't really know the lifter well. So that was a great call by the Spanish team.
230 kilos for Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine, taking a 5 kilo jump from his opener, which was a little tough. Still getting near his personal best here. Yeah, I'm just wondering, he seems to be off his game a little bit today, and I'm wondering if that's a strength issue, or like I said before, a handing over of coaches that like to take a different approach.
I was worried that history would repeat itself, but now it is worse. He missed the second attempt.
And that concludes our second round of bench. We head through to the third and final round. Melnichuk still holding on to bench gold for the time being in bodyweight ahead of Vasquez. Eric from the B group still holding on to bronze, subject to change. Andrew Blackwood from Ireland, 185 kilos for his third and final attempt. And it's still pretty comfortable, you know.
He really didn't lose much of his bench.
3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, 7.5 kilos off his best bench after losing maybe about 14 or 15 kilos of body weight is very impressive.
And it didn't move like top end. Maybe up 2.5, 5 more. Impressive.
Siim Celine from Estonia, 205 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. So give him a 2.5 kilo personal best. Unfortunately, not quite there today.
212.5 on the bar.
You said it earlier, it happens. The third bench is statistically the most missed attempt in powerlifting, even more than the last deadlift.
Nonso Chinye from Great Britain, 212.5 kilos for an extra 5 kilos on his total heading into deadlifts. And a 2.5 kilo personal best on bench.
Make it move. He clipped the rack, but if that contact is not judged helpful by the referees, it won't be sanctioned 2-1.
He gets a yellow from the center referee. And
Jafari seems to be saying that it is for clipping the rack. The jury said that it didn't help, so the lift will stand.
no, I very rarely feel like it does help. 212.5 kilos remains on the bar for Bo Sakanovsky from Israel. It's a 10 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best.
Nice third attempt. 3 white lights. A good lift for ball. He's now 5 for 6 in the competition.
12.5 kilos for Mateusz Grzesiek, Poland.
Mateusz Grzesiek from Poland, 212.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Still a little way off his best of 220, but pacing himself well to get what he can out of the day.
Grindy third. And well-deserved white lights. The bar never went down. He managed to lock it out. And 4 more attempts to go for the 120s.
Yeah, and then just a short break before we see a massive fight in deadlifts on both classes. Krzysztof Budaj from Hungary, 222.5 kilo to move him into bench press bronze for the time being, with Pedro to follow.
Impressive, very impressive from Krzysztof Budaj. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Provisionally moves into bench press bronze for the time being.
Then Vazquez, then Melnichuk of Ukraine. The bar is loaded. 225 kilos for Nico Perrault, France.
225 kilos loaded on the bar for Nicolas Perrault from France. 5 kilo jump from his second. 2.5 kilo personal best.
And in the race for the podium, 5 kilos makes a lot of difference. A needed personal best for Nicolas Perrault.
It is a very well-measured third attempt.
A bit of suspense.
Oh, unfortunately, a yellow from the side and centre referee. We'll have a look at that again in the replay.
I think the jury's saying that he skipped the press command.
And unfortunately doesn't gain those extra few kilos, which he would have wanted to. And that might put him out the race. Our penultimate bench press attempt, Victor Vazquez Corrillo from Spain, 227.5 kilos to move him back into bench press gold. Ahead of Melnichuk, who is to follow. Has a smaller deadlift than Chinye, so needs to try and get as many kilos as he can out of bench press, even if it's just 2.5 more.
And that sticking point you mentioned earlier was just too strong.
Yeah, just in the way that we thought it would happen. You can see about halfway up when the steam runs out, it's just too hard to grind through.
This did not go last time. Here he comes, let's see if he can go this time.
We now have Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine retaking 230. Already has the bench press gold, got that with his opener. But after what looked like a strength issue on his second, is coming out to reattempt it. Still on prognosis in third, and actually it may benefit Perrault that he's not having a great day.
Not today, I'm afraid. Okay, that concludes the bench press session.
And that really does benefit Perrault, as now third, fourth and fifth are only separated by 5 kilos heading into deadlift. That concludes the bench press session. We have Melnichuk in bench press gold ahead of Vasquez Carrillo on bodyweight, and in bronze we have Budai from Hungary. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before deadlifts, where we're going to see both classes battle it out for the European title. We'll see you there.
I wanted more. I'm hungry for more. The outcome couldn't have gone any better.
The deadlift is the last movement of the powerlifting competition. On that movement, the lifter's whole body is used and put to the test. The athlete approaches the bar once the central referee calls bar loaded. He then has 1 minute to start the lift. In the conventional or sumo position, the athlete has to pull the barbell until his shoulders, hips, and knees are fully locked. Once that position is assumed by the lifter, the central referee will give the down command. The bar has to be lowered to the ground without the lifter being allowed to drop it until it touches the floor, which completes the lift. At the end of deadlift, the powerlifting total is made, which determines the winner and final placings. There are 4 main mistakes to avoid. First, not locking your shoulders, hips, or knees at the end of the movement. Second, not completing the lift with a single upward bar movement. Third, completing the lift hitching at the legs in order to allow you to do so. Fourth, dropping the bar after the central referee down command.
Welcome back to the 2025 European Open Classic Powerlifting Championships here in Malaga, Spain. And we have an exciting deadlift battle ahead of us in both flights. We've already seen a good amount of the ladies change their opening attempts. I can see 4 as it stands, it might even be more than that. You see the running order heading in. All bar 3 deadlifts are already in the 200 kilo mark, and it is very close to the top between Motilan, Stefanikova and Pero. So we'll see how these deadlifts go as we head into it now with Yoril Nesse with 170.
Yeah, it's really a question of who's going to slip up at the top.
That's a good lift, 3 white lights. Well, maybe nobody slips up and it's a case of just who's the better lifter on the day. Not always just about strength, often about who is the best on the day, like in many sports.
Bars loaded at 190 kilos. Agnes Rudin, Sweden.
190 kilos for Agnes Rudin from Sweden.
Nice opener.
3 white lights, good lifts. 195 and above. Tessa Ophoff, Netherlands.
Without a doubt, a good lift.
Is loaded. 195 kilos for Ophoff, Netherlands.
195 kilos for Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands.
Bit of a controlled wobble at the top. It was very fast, very comfortable weight, 3 white lights.
Disney, get ready. Bar is loaded. 200 kilos for Mara Hannes of Germany.
200 kilos in the bar from Mara Hammes of Germany. Just 2.5 kilos below her personal best for her opener. Very easy.
Good lift for Hannes.
3 white lights, a good lift. In the 200s we go.
Ellen Gronlund of Finland. Bars loaded for Gronlund at 200 kilos. Disney for Sergio, get ready.
Ellen Gronlund now from Finland, 200 kilos on the bar. Very nice, secures her total, 3 white lights.
At 200 kilos, 200 remains on the bar for Eleonora Stisny, Italia. Bar is loaded for Stisny at 200 kilos.
Eleonora Spisny from Italy, also opening on 200 kilos here.
Great first attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. She's on the board. The total is secured.
Sergio of Italy. Hanlon, Nuga, get ready.
Seems it takes her a while to get amped up, but once she does grab the bar and pull, it moves quickly. Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, 202.5 kilos.
Another clean opener. Once again, 3 white lights.
Loaded, 205 kilos, Bettina Hanlon, Great Britain.
Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 205 kilos, opening just 5 kilos below her personal best. This on her opener would give her a total only 2.5 kilos below her best total. Looked easy enough there. Just waiting for the third light. 3 white lights, a good lift.
210 on the bar for Temi Nuga, Great Britain. This is successful with a Masters 1 total and deadlift record.
And so far, 5 out of 6 of her attempts have been record attempts. And this is to make it 6 out of 7, which is amazing. Temi Nuga, fresh into the M1s, can't chip here, of course. This is an open competition, but 210 kilos already would give her the European M1 total record and deadlift record, and it's only up from here. Temi's an incredibly talented puller. Three white lights, a good lift, and a new European record in the M1s for deadlift and total with ease.
Where can she take it?
Bars loaded at 210 kilos.
210 kilos for Lucy Stefanikova from Iceland.
These last 4 openers are very interesting. 3 title contenders and 1 young sensation.
Yeah, Lucy again opening on her personal best. And
Slow and steady.
Yeah, according to the detail as we have here, her total PB was 515 coming into this. And I believe that gave her 541 total.
Massive improvements.
That's very, very interesting.
215 kilos for Mazur of Poland.
Susanna Mazur from Poland, opening on 215 kilos, 6 kilos above her personal best.
She's a star in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not even the making, just a star, full stop. That gave her a 22.5 kilo total PB. Our penultimate opener. Both last attempts. Both last attempts from each of the French lifters, both opening at 220 kilos, both gunning for the podium. Sorry, gunning for overall. The podium seems
Pretty well secured.
pretty secured as long as all goes well here. That's a lovely opener from Laura. Really, really nice sumo deadlift there.
Yeah, from what we've seen on Instagram, the deadlift training have been going superbly well. She's been coached by Joey Flex for quite some time now. It seems to be working pretty well.
220 kilos remains in the bar for Clara Perrault from France. This is Clara's last year as a junior easy to forget that Clara is a junior with the amount of years she's been competing internationally.
Just like that.
Yeah, that's really comfortable. 3 white lights, a good lift, and
Oh, and I know a confident deadlifter when I see one. I like the smirk on her face.
yeah, absolutely. And like we alluded to before, Clara really does have a grind in all 3 lifts when she needs it. And that brings us back to the top of the second round of deadlifts. Everybody securing their total can now build into their second and third for the biggest total possible. Jordan Nesse from Norway, 182.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump.
Okay. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that was solid.
Bar loaded. 202.5 kilos. The winner of Sweden.
Agnes Rudin from Sweden, 202.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump.
More on the slower end, but still moving. 3 white lights, a good lift for Agnes Rudin.
Get ready.
Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands to come out. Personal best of 213. She's jumping to 205 kilos now for a second attempt.
Still looking strong. 3 white lights for Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands. She might be due for a personal best here today, depending on what she wants to pull for.
You can see Mara Hames from Germany, 210 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. And if any of the top 3 do slip up whatsoever, it would be a big push, but she could slip in there. See how the second attempt moves. Wow, and it looks like she might have the room to push the top few if they do slip up. More so Pero and Stefanakova than Motalam.
The thing is that the top lifters will have the advantage to know what they need to pull. She won't.
They may not even be looking her way though at this point. They might just be gunning for that top spot. It's a case of if they miss. But like you said, she has to lift first. She can only do what she can and hope somebody does miss. Ellen Grönlund now from Finland, 212.5 kilos.
Not unusual for a conventional to slow down at the top like this. This is a reasonable second, 2-1, a good lift. However, a red card for lack of lockout
Yeah,
for the right-hand side referee.
We'll have a look at that again in the replay. We're looking for the shoulders to be back, the knees to be locked, and the hips to be through. And then Maria Prosapio from Italy, 212.5 kilos for a matched personal best. That's pretty tough, but yeah, unfortunately, as I started saying that, her grip started going on that left hand. So that underhand just starts slipping out as she gets towards lockout.
215 kilos, Spisni, Italia.
215 kilos for Eleonora Spisni from Italy. 15 kilo jump from her opener for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Took a while to get going on her opener, but once she grabbed the bar, it was speedy from there.
She has the spotters to pull back the bar a bit. It is up to the lifters to decide where they want to pull from.
Struggling to hold on at the top there, but I think she did, as long as the lockout held. Yeah, unfortunately not. I think a red for insufficient lockout on the right hand side and blue for a soft lockout, I think. Or downwards movement even.
I haven't seen any supporting on the thighs. I'm not so sure about downwards movements.
And the jury has overruled it to a good lift.
I'm not that surprised.
Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 215 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her opener for a 5 kilo personal best. Oh, that's a lovely second from Betty there.
2-1, a good lift.
Yeah, they're just not happy with the lockout on that one side, but two referees are happy with it. Let's have a look here at Betty's lockout.
From that side, it looked very convincing.
Yeah, it looked pretty good to me there. The jury happy with it as well. Now, 222.5 kilos for Temi, Great Britain, a 12.5 kilo jump. Again, to further that European M1 total and deadlift record. Just rolls the bar forward for herself there, avoiding some of the talc on the platform.
Oh, she has more in the tank.
Yeah, it's a lovely second attempt and a good lift.
And she doesn't seem to be satisfied at all yet for someone that's destroying as many records as she's doing right now.
Lucy Stefanikova from Iceland, 222.5 kilos on the bar, a 12.5 kilo jump, and for the time being this does put her into first overall, of course with Motelan and Perrault to follow. Just giving you an idea of how much those positions are going to change, and as we said, who can get the most lifts and who can be the best lifter on the day.
This one will tell us whether or not she's catchable. I think the podium is going to be safe for her. 3 white lights, a good lift. It's going to be a tough ask for anyone else other than the other French to try and grab her spot on the podium.
Bar is loaded, 230 kilos for Mazur of Poland. This will hit a provisional. Our bar is not loaded.
We now have 230 kilos for Susanna Mur, the 19-year-old Polish lifter who's only been competing for 2 years. Absolutely incredible. Looks like she'll be coming for that world junior deadlift record soon of 250.
Incredible.
Oh, just loses grip there at the top, unfortunately.
She's likely to retake it on the third.
Yeah, she's quite a narrow grip there on the smooth of the bar. So Laura Motalan now from France, taking 235 kilos, moves her into deadlift gold for the time being, and more importantly into gold overall, with Pedro to follow, who is lighter but currently slightly behind on total. This is her current personal best. Her opener was the easiest we saw of the flight by far. A little sticky at lockout there, didn't get the down command, so that is interesting and certainly puts a spanner in the works.
Cramping up.
Yeah, it seems like she's got a cramp as she comes off. See that again in the replay. Yeah, and that opens things up, not just for Pedro, but also for Stefanikova.
Absolutely, it does. It makes for an interesting deadlift battle. It's going to be a crazy third round of deadlifts.
Yeah, remembering that Stefanikova has the chip. This will take Clara Pedro into gold overall and gold in deadlift. She is lighter than Matalan, as I just mentioned before. This is a 15-kilo jump, the same jump that Laura made. Let's see if she can make this lift. Yeah, there we go. That is a lovely second attempt from Clara, and still moving smoothly. 3 white lights.
And I don't know if you've seen it, but her brother and coach went out of the warm-up room to watch her lift. I can't even imagine lifting with someone of my family on that kind of stage. That is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely incredible family there. Joril Nesse from Norway, 192.5 kilos, a 10-kilo jump from a second to match her personal best. We are now into the third and final attempt, and we are in for a treat looking at these final attempts.
Three white lights, 3 for 3 for the Norwegian. She's not yet to compete with the top dogs of the class, but still developing. She had a great day.
Angus Rudin of Sweden, 210 kilos, a 7.5-kilo jump. Give her a 3-kilo total PB. This is just half a kilo below her deadlift PB. That is hard off the ground, but she continues to pull it through. And
she keeps
wow,
on pulling.
What resilience. Still is going. Oh my goodness, the grind of a lifetime from Agnes Rudin, and manages after all of that to lock it out. And 2-1 is a good lift. The crowd goes crazy for that kind of effort. Let's have a look at that one more time. Wow.
She deserves it.
Yeah.
She has to deserve that one. You can't overturn such a clean grind.
Now, Emma Maria Proserpio from Italy, looking to retake the 212.5. They just missed on grip on her second time round.
Second attempt at this weight.
Wow, even when the bar was fighting forwards, unfortunately just couldn't get to lockout before
No lift, I'm sorry.
dropping the
No
bar.
lift, I'm sorry for Sergio. That's a real shame.
I think the chief referee gave her a chance to try and keep on pulling and managed to lock it out. It was never convincing. This is why she never received the command and finally dropped the bar.
212.5 on the bar for Tessa Ophoff of Netherlands. Hames, run one, get ready. Bar is loaded.
Tessa Ophoff from the Netherlands, 212.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump. This would extend her total PB just below her personal best on deadlift by half a kilo. Wow.
Waiting on the lights.
Yeah, I was wondering what side that would fall on, because I think in one way you could look supporting the thighs, but she just gets her hips underneath it, and I don't necessarily know if it is supporting or not.
I don't think it ever went down.
No, it was for supporting. That's what the blues are definitely for. And the coach argues with the jury, but the jury sent him away.
And one of the jury members seemed to think that that was downwards movements.
217.5 kilos for Mara James. Podium already decided at this point. 217.5 for one final attempt. Leave her with a 545.5 total. Should be a PB total for her to end the day strong. Wow.
You mentioned ending the day strong. That surely is.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I thought that if one of those top three did mess up, she could have slipped in, but just trying to secure her fourth position to get into that top 5 spot. Ellen Gronlund from Finland, 220 kilos in the bar. 7.5 kilo jump from her second.
And she can't keep on pulling. No lift for the finish.
No lift, Gronlund on this occasion. 225 on the bar.
Seems to be a bit disappointed with her performance, but nothing to be ashamed about. Competing here in Malaga against the top of the 76s in Europe.
Yeah, and she's only quite recently into the Opens as well, so to be in the A flight as well.
She must have had high expectations for herself, which is characteristic for those elite level of lifters.
And coming screaming out, we have Eleonora Spisny from Italy, 225 kilos. Pulls out into deadlift silver for the time being, still with 6 lifters to follow.
Great deadlift resilience, but it was slightly too heavy for her today. No lift.
Betty Hanlon from Great Britain, 225 kilos for her third and final pull. Takes that into 5th overall for the time being, but deadlift silver also for the time being, with 5 lifters to follow. So it'd leave her with a 537.5 kilo total, a huge personal best on both total and deadlift if she's to make it. Manages to break the ground, but just stuck at the knees there, unfortunately.
She's had a great day nonetheless. Bench was difficult, squat was amazing, and she took what she had on deadlift.
Yeah, and it's her first international open competition. You know, to do as well as she's done is fantastic. Now, Temi Nuga from Great Britain looking for 232.5 kilos. Yet again looking to extend the total and deadlift record in Europe for the M1 category. This will take her into deadlift silver from bronze for the time being and into 4th rank overall.
She found her spot, she looks determined. This looks very doable.
Super focused, this is well within her wheelhouse. The second was nice and it's moving well. Managed to lock it out comfortably and confidently. 3 white lights, a good lift. And thanks the center referee as well as the sides.
You really have to tip your hat to that performance.
Yeah, she's had a phenomenal day. Absolutely blowing the current records out the water for the European M1s. Just 4 deadlifts remaining in the 76s before we head through to the 120 category afterwards. Lucy Stefanakova of Iceland, 232.5, looking to pull for the win. The podium is secured, so she is only looking forward towards the crown. 10 kilo jump to pull her into deadlift silver, but give her the best shot of ending up in gold overall. Oh, and she keeps moving. I think she might have it if she can hold on to it, and she does.
That is just amazing. What a grind.
2 to 1, it is a good lift. Leaves her with a 563.5 total. And we've seen an attempt change come in from Team France.
Who would that be for? Clara, Laura, Clara?
I expect to see both of them change at some point. I think Clara after we see Laura's deadlift, and it was Laura putting 235 on in order to pull ahead of Stefanakova. Stefanakova done everything she can now. She can just sit and wait to see what color her medal will be, determined by the 2 French lifters to follow. Currently, Perrault has a European and record attempt as well as a World Junior record attempt in for her final, but I'm guessing she'll put whatever she needs on the bar to pull ahead of both Montin and Stefanakova. It's very, very exciting. And the bar is loaded, 235 kilos. Missed this on her second, so retaking it now. Just couldn't lock it out and then experienced some cramping issues. So currently in bronze overall, pulls her into pole position with just Perrault to follow and challenge her. 235.
She needs to force the hands of Clara.
It's her current personal best. It's something she's done before. Can she do it now and hold on to it? Wow. And she ends up doing it with ease. Still cramping, but 3 white lights, a good lift, and she can go and relax now as she pulls herself into pole position. And currently as it stands, has the crown, but will it be knocked off? Clara drops to 240 in an attempt to pull ahead of her teammate Montin. Motala. But first, we have to wait and see who walks away. It looks like European champion will be from France, but is it Clara or is it Laura? We can find out now. 240 kilos on the bar for Clara Peyrel. A 5 kilo jump, which seems more than doable. Pulls her into deadlift gold and takes the crown from Laura if she's able to get this.
It surely looks doable based on her second. A revenge from French nationals and her European title on the line for Clara Peyrel. She can grind even in the deadlift. And that's not even a grind.
It looks like she doesn't need to grind. She lets out a scream as she locks it out. And Clara Peyrel, 2-1, seems to be your European champion. We're going to have a quick wait. The jury, I think, happy with it. We watched the video to confirm. And I
Surely
can't,
that's locked out.
I cannot imagine they will touch that. It remains, and your 2025 European champion is Clara Peyrel of France as a junior.
Congrats, so well deserved, and as a junior, it is an amazing achievement.
And now our final deadlift of the 76s from the youngest in the flight. Susanna Mazur missed 230 on grip on her second. Now jumping 12.5 kilos to pull into 4th overall, but looking for that deadlift gold. Ends her on a 550 total as a 19-year-old.
That's massive. That's absolutely massive. And I think this one will only be a matter of grip. She has the strength. Can she hold on? Dawaj, Susanna, dawaj. Last deadlift for deadlift gold. Hold on.
No, just not there, unfortunately. But ends the day smiling and has the brightest future ahead of her in the sport.
That was a great flight of 76s.
Let's see what the boys can do.
And in conclusion of the 76s, in deadlift, bronze, Nuga from Great Britain. In silver, Montelin from France. And in gold, Peyrel from France. More importantly, overall, your bronze medalist with 563.5 and a new European squat record, Stefanikova from Iceland. Your silver medalist, just behind on bodyweight, Montelin from France with 567.5, and your new European champion, Clara Peyrel from France. Do not go anywhere as we head now straight into the 120 kilo category.
Okay, let's see the
And I promise this will be just as exciting all the way until the end. We've seen 3 attempt changes, the openers changed here. Very excited to see what happens here. Andrew Blackwood opening with 300 kilos. In the most recent competition for him, Junior Euros, he had to switch his grip on the last pull and it worked out for him. I'm wondering if he's stuck with hook or he's changed to the grip that helped him on the day. He has.
I was expecting a mixed grip, judging by the amount of chalk not being on his thumb.
Well, interesting to see. He found the mixed grip very helpful and thought, as it was reliable on the day in Czechia, to keep with it, and it's suiting him well.
The thing with mixed grip is that it doesn't tear up as often, so it makes for more of a reliable grip.
Bo Sekanovsky from Israel, 310 kilos.
Comfortable opener.
3 white lights and a good lift for Bo. 3:15 on the bar for Stephen.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Get ready.
The podium seems quite far for Bo, but we'll never know.
Bars loaded, 315
Especially
kilos.
with the jump in the deadlift being so big for the 120s. One jump and you might be off 3 to 4 position.
Yeah, if you miss just one, you are very much at risk of moving around on the board quite a lot, as we saw with Paolo before. But luckily, luckily for him, a couple other lifters missed, and he is right back up near the podium. Salin Zim from Estonia, 315 kilos.
And like his fellow Estonian, he's looking good in the deadlift events. Because as we speak, it is Erit, the other Estonian from the B group, in the lead of the deadlift with 355.
Christoph Budai from Hungary, 317.5 kilos. Looking to get as close as he can to the podium. As you said, just one miss can really make a huge difference. Currently, a few lifters looking to push that podium position. Oh, and just has a wobble at the top, loses balance, and there's a no lift, so really needs to make a choice here whether to risk going up and chase the podium or secure your total. What would you say here, Alex?
I think if I were in his shoes, I would bump it up by a slight bit, maybe 10 kilos, because it didn't look that hard. And he could be looking at a top 4, top 5, so every kilo will matter.
Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine, 320 kilos. Pretty sticky at the top there, but moved well.
And one red card from the right side referee. That could have been for lack of luck out of the knees. They looked 50-50 to me. I think the lift will stand.
Yeah, it looks like the jury are quite happy with it. 325 kilos for Mateusz Grzesiek from Poland.
In terms of lockout, we're not really looking for hyperextension, just extension, having the knees, hips, and shoulders locked out. Great first pull from Mateusz Grzesiek.
330 on the bar for Victor Vázquez of España. Pero Chinye, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Victor Vázquez Carrillo from Spain, 330 kilos. In a pretty comfortable second as it stands, looking to chase Chinye of Great Britain. Upped his opener, so much closer to Chinye than before. Only 10 kilos separates them on openers currently. So would give him a 905 total.
Is this a snappy Spanish sumo?
Seems to be.
Can he give Nonso Chinye a fight in this 120 kilo class is the question.
Our penultimate open now, 330 kilos for Nico Porot from France. Has a huge personal best of 370. And
He
yet,
missed out on 12.5 kilos in the squat event, 5 kilos in the bench press. This is costing him a lot now.
yeah, he would certainly be feeling a lot more secure right now if he'd gotten either one of those lifts. Still, that takes him into silver as he upped his opener, I believe.
Looks like he has kicked in another gear.
But not so Chinye, Great Britain. Blackwood and Melnichuk to get ready. And the bar is loaded. But not so. This will pull him into deadlift.
And
silver
350
and
kilos,
gold.
by far the heaviest opener for Nonce Chinye here. Great Britain has a personal best of 385.5, which is the world junior record. European Open at 395.5 and World Open at 396. And did you expect anything else from Nonso? He is a phenomenal deadlifter. 3 white lights, a good lift, and certainly has a 400 kilo deadlift in him. Whether we'll see it today, we don't know. I'm sure unless he has gold secured or he needs it, I don't think they'll necessarily take that risk. And heading into second attempts from the B group, Eric's still holding on with 355 to gold. I'm sure about to change significantly as Nonso Chinye and others push that up on their second attempts. You can see here on prognosis the current results. 10 kilos separating Chinye and Vasquez, and then Pero currently holding on to bronze, quite a way behind. Andrew Blackwood from Ireland, 317.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Can you believe that with 317.5 is the first one out of the second round? That's crazy weight.
Has a very nice clean lockout there. A good lift, 3 white lights.
3 white lights and a good lift for Andrew. 327.5.
He's looking slim and strong.
Ukraine, Sekhanovsky, Budai, get ready. Bars loaded, 327.5 kilos for Melnichuk, Ukraine.
327.5 kilos for Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine. A relatively small jump considering the jumps we normally see, but like we said, the opener was slightly heavier, and maybe it is just him not having a great prep, or like we said, could be the coaching style he's experiencing today from the coach of Ukraine.
This one would match Peru and beat him on body weight.
And 2-1, a good lift. It's just the question of how much does he have left in him in comparison to Pero and Sekhanovsky. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, Nicolas Pero really can't slip up.
And speaking of which, Bo Sekhanovsky from Israel, 330 kilos, a 20 kilo jump, taking him into third overall. Knocking Melnichuk from that position. Moving ahead of Pero as well. Still looks pretty comfortable for him.
It does. It's going to be a threat in the third round.
Get ready. Bars loaded, 332.5 kilos. Christoph Budai, Hungary.
Christoph Budai from Hungary, 332.5 kilos, and as suspected, he's still chasing the podiums. Don't forget about him. So he did go up, and this will not just secure him a total, but pull him into bronze overall, ahead of a couple of those lifters fighting at the top. Just was a balance issue, so actually a big threat for the podium. Just if he can keep that lockout long enough to get the down command.
Let's go, balance it out. Surely does look better.
3 white lights, a good lift, and you can see how relieved he is to get that.
Zesik and Vasquez, get ready. Bars loaded at 335 kilos for Sim Salin.
335 kilos for Sim Salin of Estonia, 20-kilo jump.
Was that convincing enough? No, it wasn't. 2-1, a no lift, lack of lockout.
2 reds from centre and side. 340 on the bar now for Mateus.
Keep in mind that this is the side he gets a white light from, and it doesn't look that convincing.
And the jury's overruled it.
Yeah.
I mean, love to see that.
I think the black on black makes it for a worse lockout.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see 2 reds on both the centre and the right-hand side, so I'm glad to see the overruling there. Mateusz Gruchesek from Poland, 340 kilos. 2-1, a good lift. Again, that right-hand side referee giving a red for insufficient lockout.
Victor Vasquez of España. The bar is being cleaned as a TC's request. Vasquez will be followed by Perrault and Chinier.
Now we have Victor Vasquez Carrillo of Spain pretty comfortably in silver, but he's looking to pull ahead of Nonso Chinier, who of course is to follow, hoping Chinier messes up, which is why I don't think he will put that 400 on unless he really needs to. 350 kilos, and the crowd goes wild with support. This would be a 7.5 kilo personal best on deadlift, and a huge total BB already, currently at 908.5. This would give him 925. Oh, and it looks so strong. He's done so well to build up a big total up until now, and pushing where he can, where he knows his competitor has a bigger deadlift. 2-1, a good lift. Again, just a red from that right-hand side referee. So the jury seem happy with that. And 2 second attempts remaining before we see a huge dogfight in that 3rd round. Nico Perrault from France, 360 kilos, a huge 30-kilo jump, and he is looking to take himself back onto the podium. And it's a big jump. He's going to really need to make these kind of jumps and risks if he wants to end up on that podium position. Oh, and it doesn't even seem very risky with a second like that.
And he screamed, one more, one more. He knows he's gonna need it.
He's got his children watching in the crowd, and I think that is spurring him on.
That adds fuel to the fire for sure.
100%. Now, 380 kilos, another 30-kilo jump here for Nonso Chinier, who is not only going to move himself back into pole position overall in this open competition, but this will take the world junior total record, which belongs to himself, to 945 from 938 on his 2nd attempt. Nonso Chinier of Great Britain, an absolute powerhouse of the sport already. 380 kilos to pull himself back into the lead for a world total record in the juniors. And he does it like that. It's still moving like an empty bar. The jury are laughing. It is a good lift, 3 white lights.
He's just so unfazed. It's casual. It means business. He knows he has way more in the tank.
He missed a couple of his last deadlifts. His last deadlift at World and his last deadlift at Nationals. And so I know that this pull is going to mean so much to him. 380 is absolutely huge, and he has so much left in the tank.
Yeah, it looks like he learned his lesson.
So he has a considerable lead, as long as they're sensible enough. Once they've watched Vasquez Carrillo, they'll put on either what they need. If Vasquez Carrillo can't catch up, they might have a little bit of fun with it.
I kind of want to see some fun.
Andrew Blackwood from Ireland, 330 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump from his second. For one final pull here. As his first open competition. All right, great final pull from Blackwood. He screams as he locks it out.
I think mixed gripping was the correct call.
And that is a good lift, 2-1. I guess it blew from the right-hand side referee. I think when he screams, maybe knocked the bar a little bit, but I don't think it went down.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Taras Melnichuk from Ukraine, 332.5 kilos. I think he knows where his limit is today, not pushing for that podium, as the podium is in the 900 kilo and up realm right now, and he's just a little far off of it. But to finish the day with an 885 total. Wow, slow but steady, a phenomenal final pull, and manages to keep it going, but it just loses grip there, unfortunately. Great effort.
It was not his day, unfortunately. But he'll come back stronger. We know he's such a strong and technical lifter. We'll see him better in the near future.
Christoph Budai of Hungary, looking to pull himself back onto the podium for the time being. 345 kilos. It's a reasonable ask based off his second.
That would match be a little bit lighter on body weight. So yeah, provisional bronze medal position overall and the 5th position in the deadlift event. Let's see it, Christoph.
He pulls it through. I hope the bar didn't dip. I saw it shake a little bit there. Yeah, and that was what I was worried about. Coach goes to the jury. We will review it as well. I was worried in that portion in the middle that it might have dipped. And it looks like it did. Yeah, unfortunately not. So the race for bronze slightly changes here as he is knocked out of that race and lands in 5th or potentially 4th, depending how the rest of the lifts go. We have Siim Salin from Estonia, 347.5.
Powerlifting is cruel sometimes.
It's the nature of the beast.
But the best of the best in Europe are battling it out to see who comes out on top.
Well, that's a great final pull. Gets the down command.
Sorry, that's no lift.
No lifts. Lack of lockout for the chief referee and the right-hand side referee. The jury seems to agree that it was indeed a no lift. Just not locked out enough. It was very close. And this is where, instead of celebrating, you want to sell the lift a bit more.
Mateusz Grzyk from Poland, 347.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump for his third and final pull. Last lift of the competition.
Make it count. How about the lights? No lift once again. One yellow and one blue.
We'll have a look at that again in the replay.
In the meantime, we are loading up 355 kilos.
I'm not so sure.
The jury are discussing it, and they're overturning it to a good lift, which is
Yes, they
great
are.
news. Yeah, there we go. Now we're going to hear a roar from the audience. And the bar is loaded for Victor Vasquez Carrillo of Spain, 355 kilos, looking to secure that silver. They're not shooting for gold, which means I think Nomso Chinye can have a little bit of fun with that last deadlift, but Victor Vasquez now of Spain, 355 for a huge 930 total.
He's gonna need it to pull away from Perrault.
If he misses this, his silver is at risk. Oh, and it is a lovely third attempt from Victor Vasquez. 2-1, a good lift. And the crowd goes wild. So does Victor. What a phenomenal day he's had so far with the support of his home country.
It's gonna be a tough ask for Perrault. Three more deadlifts to
yeah,
go.
and there are
I stole your words.
there are huge weights coming. 355 kilos up first for Bo Sekhanovsky from Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the next few minutes are going to be outstanding. I promise you that. Don't go for a break. Don't get a drink. You have to hold yourself. It's going to be amazing. 355 kilos for Sekhanovsky. 5 kilo personal best if he gets this. This will take him into bronze overall and keep him there, I believe. No, it could be taken if Perrault knocks Vasquez down, but it puts him in a great position to keep that bronze. If he can lock it out, and he is struggling, but he's keep moving, and he just is glued, unfortunately, but what an effort.
What an effort. I mean, the next two deadlifts I'm really excited for, especially that last one, but I'm not saying anything for now.
Yeah, we will have to wait until we get there. Like we said,
Yeah, stay with us.
stay with us. Nicolas Perrault from France, looking to pull himself from bronze into silver. Already has the bronze secured, which looked sketchy for a minute there early in the competition. We thought it would be hard for him, but he's going to have to pull 10 kilos more than he ever has. A 20 kilo jump, 360 looked good, 380 for a 930 total, a total he's done before.
Some love from the crowd.
.380 kilos, a huge final pull for Perrault to look for that silver medal.
You can do this.
Oh, incredible resilience, and he holds the lockout. His knees are shaking, and he pulls himself into silver, 2-1. A good lift, incredible from Pedro. And we've seen an attempt change come from Nonso Chinye. He had 411.5 in, which is what we were hoping to see him have fun with. He's gone down to 400, just as fun, just as fun. 411.5 for reference is the heaviest ever deadlift in the IPF history, and that belongs to Tima Samkaradze, I believe, the 120 plus Georgian. However, 400 kilos is a deadlift he is yet to get in competition. If you can see the 380 only from moments ago, you can guess that it was pretty huge.
I saw him in the gym 2 days ago. He told me he was going to put on a show.
He
I
did
feel
not
like
lie.
400 is somewhat of a show.
He's already won, folks. We might as well go absolutely crazy for him when he comes out for this one.
And now for the last deadlift of the day for a world junior total record and an open deadlift record. This is an attempt at both of those records. The world open record currently at 396. 400 kilos on the bar for Nonso Chinye of Great Britain, an absolute phenom. And it is easy, the easiest 400 kilos I have ever seen. He finally gets that third deadlift. 3 white lights and a good lift, a new world record for Nonso Chinye of Great Britain and your new European champion in the Opens at 20 years old.
Such a well-deserved victory. He's been stellar all day. What a winner.
What an
Nonso Chinye.
absolutely incredible session we've had in both the women and the men. Nonso been chasing that final deadlift, finally gets that redemption, and of course walks away with deadlift gold with 400 kilos. In silver we had Perot, and in bronze we had Eric from the B group, and overall in bronze Vasquez Carrillo of Spain with 930, a head and body weight with that huge final pull. Perot of France, and your new European champion with 965, a monster total. Nonso Chinye of Great Britain. What a session, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head to the medal ceremony now, a very well-earned medal ceremony, so do stick around and we will see you there.
For silver with 210.5 kilos, from Germany, it's Mara Hades. Nice high five there. And swap gold with the current record of 211 kilos from Iceland, Lucy Stefanikova. Thank you, ladies. Now to bench press. Thank you. Taking bench press bronze with 122.5 kilos from Germany, it is Helene Eckhart from the EU. Always nice to see someone in the EU. Bench silver with 130 kilos goes to Francis Clara Perrault. Bench press gold with 142.5 kilos goes to Francis Laura Malcolm. Well done, ladies. Great job, thank you. And now to deadlift. In bronze medal position, we did get all the records with 232.5 kilos. It's Great Britain's Tammy Dugan! Well done, Tammy, great job. Deadlift silver with 235 kilos is Francis Laura Malcolm. Deadlift gold with 240 kilos goes to Francis Clara Perrault. Well done, ladies, nice work, thank you. And now it's time to crown the 76 kilo Open European Champion 2025. In bronze medal position with 563.5 kilos from Iceland, Lucy Stefanikova. Fantastic work. And look at this. Silver medal overall with 567.5 kilos from France is Laura Malcolm. And the gold medal as the new European champion. Also with 567.5 kilos on body weight from France, Clara Perrault! Ladies and gentlemen,
Et vous chantez fort, hein?
the national anthem of France.
De la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé. L'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans nos campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats?
silver with 350 kilos goes to España's Victor Vázquez. Squat gold with 3 by 2.5 kilos goes to Great Britain's Dom O'Chinye. Well done, gentlemen. Great job, thank you. Now to bench press. In bronze medal position with 222.5 kilos from Hungary, Christoph Budai. Bench press silver with 225 kilos from España, Victor Vázquez. Bench press gold, also with 225 on body weight, goes to Ukraine's Taras Melnichuk. Great job, thank you, gentlemen. And now to deadlift. I'm sure we can all remember what happened here. In bronze medal position with 355 kilos from Eastie, it is Argo Eriks. From the Eagles. Yes, indeed. Deadlift silver with 380 kilos from France, Nico Perrault. Which means that deadlift gold at 400 kilos goes to Great Britain's Nonso Jinye. Well done, guys. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. I'd love to see that 4.5, maybe next time. Okay. It is now time to crown our 120 kilo Open European Champion 2025. In bronze medal position with 930 kilos total, from España, Victor Vázquez! Nice try. Overall silver medal, also with 930 kilos from France, Nico Perrault! Which means that you're 120 kilo Open European Champion 2025 with 965 kilos from Great Britain. It's Nonso Jinye! Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem.